if you're here, would you mind just letting me know if the volume's working all right? Stream's actually up. Okay. Now I need to actually draw. That is not what I wanted to do. File. So here.
Four computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
That's what to do. You know what helps when trying to paste something? Not copying it. You know, the right keyboard inputs are kind of valuable. How's it going? How's everybody's day going? I hope better than mine. Start that. Well, I'm glad that you're doing well. I think it's tough to talk about. There's big positive news on the WGA front. Looks like they're getting a really good deal. Just a good reminder that the unions work and are valuable. SAG is still striking. I'm hoping that they'll get to have a similar resolution as the writer's strike did. That looks really. There we go. Looks a little better. Indie's style is so specific and exact. It's an interesting challenge to execute. That's close enough. Good enough. Looks adequately worried. How's everybody been? What's new with all of you? What are you up to? Tell me something good that's happened in your life. I'm sorry I haven't really been feeling up to streaming lately. Dealing with a lot of things. Oh, the face is too long. That's an interesting mistake to have made. How do I fix this? You got a new mattress today? That's lovely. I bet it's very comfortable. It's wild how much just a tiny mistake like that can really fuck up the look of something. That looks vastly better. I'll just clean up the line work and then we're good. What's good with me? Not much. What's bad? A lot. I'm excited about this project, though, at least. Getting close to finishing it. But yeah, just a lot of annoying things happening. Life right now. Like, for example, my brother, the vehicle my brother and I share, gave out yesterday when I was driving back home from class, so that's fun. What am I drawing? A scene from Jesse Gender in my upcoming Star Wars video. I am getting Why am I getting notifications? Okay, it wasn't anything important. Yeah, Jesse and I have been making a giant project about Star Wars and politics and writing and how not to do a lot of that. that animating rotating heads is hard? Know that? I do streams, yeah. I do stream sometimes. I haven't streamed in a long time though. I just haven't really been feeling up to it with all of the awful things that I've been dealing with that I don't really want to talk about. It's chill stream time. Shit. I think I might have rotated too much on that first shot. Let's look at the Can you tell that I was being really lazy with the reference image? I mean, to be fair, it's you know, it's meant to be just be referenced, so. What we're gonna do. The old classic drawn interstitial frame. How did I come up with my username? Well, I've actually explained that in a couple different video essays. It's not really a username, that is my actual name. And, if the Alberta government stops being shitty about me getting my fucking, birth certificate, I will have that as my legal name as well, very soon. I've only spent, what, 2 years trying to get legal name and interchange finished? Thank you, government. My mom at one point when we were talking about this stress, from that stuff, it's like 10,000 things, she just said, I'm really sorry I made the mistake of having you in Edmonton. I was like, it's okay, Mom. That wasn't your fault. Technically, actually, it wasn't her fault. It was my dad's fault. He had, they moved there when I was, like, when my mom was pregnant, because that's where there was work for him. Oh, I'm gonna bug my dad with that. Not much, video kind. How about you? But yeah, how I came to my name. When I was a kid, my dad would let me play on his WoW account. And I wanted a fantasy name for my character. So I was like, oh, I'll take my dead name and I'll flip it backwards. That's how I thought about myself in my head for a long time. It was like, I didn't see myself as my dead name. So I just started using my dead name backwards because I felt like it was, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It was a weird feeling. But, and then I added an A at the front of it and changed the spelling to make it feel more fantasy. And yeah. And then I used that name as my username for a long time. And at one point, it just kind of became my name, I guess. So when I first came out, I kept trying to find, you know, a name that worked for me. I was searching, and I was searching, and I was searching, and I was searching, and I think I was playing something like Destiny 2 with my dad or something. And I was like, I already have a name I already made myself, you know? I don't need a new name when I've already crafted one for myself, I guess. So I made the decision that that would be my name. My streams aren't more important than anything Nine-Tailed, but I'm glad you enjoy them. I've never played Octopath Traveler. Is it good? Mouth's in the wrong position. Sometimes we make little oopsie mistakes and then we have to fix them. Sometimes they're happy little accidents, but sometimes they are just mistakes you have to fix. So the video is about the entirety of Star Wars. It's 5 hours long! And as part of that 5-hour length, there's an 18-minute short film that Jesse and I wrote, which I'm animating, that like thematically interconnects with all the shit we're doing with the video essay parts. Because I've never done a normal thing in my fucking life, I guess. When I decided I was making a Star Wars video, I decided I was going to make the Star Wars video. The definitive, the final one. I'm not even kidding. People will not look at Star Wars the same way ever again. I'm very excited. I'm gonna skip to this one, I'm gonna draw this one, and then that'll be like a guidepost for... Just want to make sure I got the position of the face right for the reference. And if you're mad at me for cheating like this, For context, the reference is a shot from another scene that I've already drawn. Meat space is meta space. That's my name in the meta space.
memes are the DNA of the soul.
I don't know, that just sounds like something Kojima would write.
But what's his name in metaspace?
I'm sorry, I'm being exceptionally obnoxious. That is not the right size. New York City. I'm glad I decided to stream even though I wasn't really feeling up to it. I'm having fun. I hope you're having fun. Whatever the fuck this is. There we go. Okay. Oh, I'm glad, Val. What did you think? What did you think of the video? What did you think of Nimona? Aw, thank you, Christoph. That means a lot. I hope I'm not butchering your name. That means a lot. Part of what I try to do with my art is to make it emotionally connect. That's what I find interesting, and I think video essays are a uniquely emotionally evocative space in certain ways. Not in a sense of like how powerful, but just. And yes, Illuminati, it is supposed to look like Genndy Tartakovsky Clone Wars. I am very glad you recognized the style influence. It was very purposefully chosen. I have reasons. Because every detail in my videos needs to be obsessively done in a specific way for some reason. Or the brainworms won't leave me alone. I wish I was kidding. I'm like seriously. My art is like 90% fueled by my mental illness. Okay. Always those weird, like, in-between frames. Stuff gets a little janky. But that's fine. It looks natural enough. I shall accept it as acceptable. I'll fix up the back of the hat on this shot after I do the other interstitials. I just found the hospital, so I feel the pain of hyperfixation really ruling every creative decision, and honestly, most like yeah, no, totally uncommon dab fish. That's good. Everybody has charisma. They just have charisma in different ways, different context. Oh wow, that's high praise, Val. Saying that Emona's pushing Perfect Blue out of your first place for fave movie? That's wild. Oh my god. Orpheus the Poet said on Twitch, and you know Kojima would literally name his Metaspace character something like Escape from LA Man or something. Do y'all remember when Brian David Gilbert made the name generator for for Kojima names? That was fun. Maybe I should do that on stream. Should I do that on stream in a bit? Yeah, when I finish this shot, I will reward myself with doing Kojima name generator for you all. Because we all deserve that chaos in our life. I think one of my favorite Brian David Gilbert lines is, "And either Sonic is a god or could kill God, and I do not care which it is." The line delivery on it, chef's kiss. He just commits. He made VeggieTales fax tweets? I didn't know that. Okay, can you link like an archive of that? Because Twitter doesn't work anymore. Sorry if that was disorienting, chat. It's fine. This shot can look weird. It's an interstitial frame. It doesn't. One of my problems with when I'm drawing animation is I need to remember that, like, in between frames don't need to look like a correct painting, and sometimes it's actually better not to have them look realistic, and that's something I'm still, I think, practicing and learning. Okay. So one of the things that I find interesting and not necessarily a good way is how Gendy often genders characters through certain features. Like in the Clone Wars series, men have these like really exaggerated Adam's apples. And something I tried to do with both the character design for the Jedi that I play, and for the character that Jesse plays, was to make them more androgynous within the like shape language of the shape language of that series and of his work, because in so doing I sort of queer it, you know? know why it's not working. Should be getting wider, not thinner. The hood is... what was I saying? So yeah, I decided, as much as it is a feature of myself that I find dysphoria in, to very specifically include an Adam's apple on my character, despite them being very feminine otherwise. And I never outright say, like, this character is trans. The character is trans. And I just thought it was an interesting way of trying to express that through visuals instead of... At some point I'm going to make a video where I talk about the film Bit, which I fucking love. It's about lesbian vampires and gender, and the main character is trans, but the film never says it outright. It has a trans actress in the lead role. It's very clear, but it doesn't feel the need to have one of those scenes where it's like, I am a trans character, you know? Instead, it's found in all these little tiny moments of representation. And I just... Well, that's not the type of representation I want all the time. It's something that I really value when I see it. And I like a mix of styles of representation. I think this idea that there is a one-size-fits-all for representation of any marginalized group is fundamentally flawed. You know, and it kind of frustrates me as an approach. Because there isn't a right way of doing representation. I think there are several wrong ways of doing it. You know, ways that encourage harmful views, misunderstand the experience, etc., etc. But the idea that there should be or can be one true correct way of doing it's just fucking wrong. And it's always going to be wrong, and it's always going to fail to adequately represent the breadth of life and experience and what it means to exist as someone who is part of those groups. And any attempt to simplify that down is just always gonna fail. So I really hate when I see people doing this thing of, especially when it's art by queer people, saying like, oh, you're wrong because that's not my experience, you know, very specifically. Because I'm like, well, that's great that that's not your experience, but that trans person wanted to write that story, you know? And that trans person deserves to write that story. And that was their experience, or an experience they wanted to represent. And the idea that they're wrong for that, I don't know, it's just kind of gross. Now, this might lead you to saying, Aaron, do you have double standards for cis and trans writers, for example? Which, yeah, absolutely I do. I do think that a trans person writing about a trope is very different from a cis person repeating that trope. At the same time, I do think that there are times where trans people write harmful trans representation, obviously. We're not incapable of making those types of mistakes. But I just don't... I don't love when people try to tell someone that they're wrong for, you know, representing their own experience. That just feels gross to me. Woo, that was clean. Okay, still got a couple more frames to do on this shot alone. Notice I'm mostly just doing line animation right now. Big reason for that is just I want to get all of the line animation done for the entire project. Because coloring's a lot faster. I can rip through that. Yeah, that's a good point, Val. I feel like Val said, I feel like individualism has tainted some people's perceptions and made them think you can get or become a single ideal type of person. Yeah, and I think the instant you start trying to box what representation can be, then it becomes a problem. I want to see, you know, twee happy romance stuff, and I want to see, you know, very adult works, let's say. And I want that all to exist at the same time. I want Heartstopper and I want Sense8, and I don't want one or the other. And I think the idea that representation is this is all for nothing thing, it's just fucking wrong and it's outdated. It is not 2002 anymore, you know? While I will always be suspicious about how people outside of a group handle these things, because I think they rarely understand the nuances. Another thing that I find gross about certain aspects of this I almost want to call it sanitization of trans representation is this idea that I find the right word for this. I'm trying to express what I mean. Let me think for a second. I'll figure out what I wanted to say. I had something to say, and then I completely lost track because I was focused on art. Which, for reasons of losing track, that's a pretty reasonable one. I know what I was saying. People's idea that it needs to be the sanitized thing and that trans characters can't be flawed really bothers me. I think it is actually by writing realistic flaws, not the harmful biases and bigotries towards us, but treating trans characters as wildly enough human beings, you know, 'cause all human beings are flawed. Treating us as human beings is a good thing, weirdly enough, and I think that part of that is writing flawed trans characters without stepping into harmful tropes about trans people unless you're going to say something about that trope. And I don't think there is ever really a black and white rule for writing where it's like, this is definitively a correct thing to do and this is definitively an incorrect thing to do. People and writing, it's just too complicated for that. Oh, I came in from the wrong direction. Hide our reference list. Again. Nope. Did it. That looks pretty good, I think, chat. I don't know. I don't know about you, but I think that's pretty good line animation. Quickly fix earlier drawing so that I have hair. Weirdly enough, kind of an important detail that I accidentally missed. It'll look good with color. Thank you, Ian said. I appreciate it. It is definitely a difficult task. You know what? I'm gonna show you all something really fucking cool that I've already done. It's from the scene. Problem is, when I was animating a lot of the later scenes, I didn't want to show them on stream because I didn't want to reveal any of the story early. So I'm pretty happy. Like, I'm fine, I think, with basically animating on stream everything up to... To be honest, I might cut some frames just to get it to look faster, but I'll fuck around with it in the edit. Yeah, that's the shot that I did the other day. Again, you see, I haven't been putting in backgrounds and stuff. Let's see if there's one shot that I feel comfortable showing. Yeah. This is Maggie Mae Fish's character, who's a Imperial officer and kind of wild. She was fun to write. And Maggie's performance as this character is very fun. I can't tell you anything about it. But oh boy. Jesse gave her a wild direction and she went with it so well. Yeah, really the entire cast did amazing with their performances. I'm really proud of how this has been coming together. Okay. I'm gonna do scene 2, shot 8. Maybe scene 2, shot 10, and then we'll do something fun. There's so many shots, chat. There's so many shots. There's so much work to do. So I had a brilliant idea to make my workload way easier for scene 7, because it starts with this like characters running and then one of them stopping, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to draw like 6 walking and running cycles, and then I was like, I could just animate the feet. I could just have the shot be the rainy ground and the foot stepping in the puddles. It'll look way fucking cooler. It's way easier than drawing 7 people running and one of them stopping and like. I'm very smart. I say as I toss my fucking drawing pen. Okay. That's the thing about it, Uncommon Dabfish, is that it's all happening at the same time. So, I have just been unbelievably stressed the last while. And I want it to end. Anyway, chat, are you ready for the fun of hands? They're so fun! I love hands! Do I ever listen to the audio when I animate? Depends. Depends what I'm animating and why. In this case, what Jesse and I did was I did the initial animations first. She did the audio editing based on that. And then I'm coming in and animating, and then she'll adjust the audio based on the, that. Anyway. I think I'm gonna have to technically add in, fucking, pockets to this for every single shot where there's... Okay. I need to look at a blaster from... blasters, Star Wars. I need a small blaster. Yeah, that's a fun blaster. I'm going with the Django Fett Westar pistol. Just gonna grab that and copy paste it into here for reference. Okay. truly the laziest of animation. And it'll look fine. That's the funny part. Okay. One of the great parts of of the design of Star Wars stuff is how much greeble they put on it. Little greeblies all over the place. One of the worst parts of drawing Star Wars shit is they put greebly things all over the place. So you have to start making these decisions about like what is an important greeble and what is not an important greeble. That's one of the interesting things about studying Gendy's 2003 Clone Wars is just how much of it is really found in like deciding what's important about a character and what's not. I'd be interested to see that story finished, Babfish, if you ever do. I think that's an interesting and very complicated premise. But I would like to see just more complicated trans writing. Okay. Now we can get... I need to put this in a separate layer. I was being dumb. Ignore my mistakes, chat. They never happened. It's a fiction. It's all a lie. Insert montage of Frakes, Jonathan Frakes, saying no, it's all fake. It was a lie. We made it up. Which Clone Wars character is the best design in 2003 Clone Wars? Kit Fisto. In 2003 Genndy Tartakovsky Clone Wars, specifically Kit Fisto. Now, close secondary, Asajj Ventress. 2007 3D animated Clone Wars. Certain Ventress outfits. Fuck, she's such a lesbian. I love her. Ventress and Obi-Wan are serving cunt and at all times, and their interactions are the funniest fucking thing in that series because it feels like a bitchy gay guy and his angry lesbian friend that are bugging each other, and it's very funny to me. Ewan McGregor may have started playing Obi-Wan really to be the one to play Obi-Wan as gay, in my opinion, anyway. But I think the Clone Wars voice actor really takes it to another level. Okay, so. You know, it's something that bothers a lot of people I know who are like into guns. Bad trigger discipline in movies. So this one's for those of you who like guns and hate how they often get represented. Actual fucking trigger discipline. To be perfectly honest, hands are not as bad as people make them out to be. Feet are fucking nightmarish. Hands, it just takes a lot of practice and a lot of staring at your hand. You have to get used to, like, I need to draw a trigger figure? Okay. What is my hand doing? How is it working? Right? So you notice I have these three angled, right, in the shot? Because that's how you're going to hold it. You're not actually going to hold it like this, right? You're going to hold it like this. And so you're going to have this angle here. The more you practice hands, the easier they get, but they are a funky time, let's say. They're a weird time. They are a weird experience. And I don't think they're ever easy, but they are not as annoying as feet. I hate feet. I hate feet so fucking much. Fuck feet. All my homies hate feet. When drawing, you're okay if you have a foot fetish or whatever. I'm not gonna judge. Just realized that could, if I didn't add that caveat, it would have sounded quite bad. Oops. I did a little whoopsie. We do a little oopsie doopsies sometimes. I put it on the wrong layer. It is fine. We have rectified my error. I fucking can't stand feet. It's way too long. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. So shot done. Look at the movement later. Bodies are funky. That's a correct take. It's weird, but like taking a biology or kinesiology class will help you a lot as an artist. A lot. Okay, I need to go look at Padme again. One sec. Sorry, my dad's messaging me. Thanks, Miranda. I'm alive. I'm surviving. I'm enjoying my stream, so, you know. Thank you for those caveats, Dabfish. I get very uncomfortable when people say they... I love compliments of my work. I love compliments of my work very much. Really uncomfy the instant it is anything else. What was I doing with the shot? Character design's all wrong. Padme is a fashion icon. The character assassination of Padme in Revenge of the Sith is the only reason why, like, only major problem I have with it. I love Revenge of the Sith. I know it's trash, but it's my trash. It's for me. I think an important thing the internet needs to learn is that it's okay to love trash. As long as you can acknowledge the any bigotry that exists in it, I think it is okay if you love some trash. I'm trying to remember what the fuck they look like in their stupid hoods. Sorry, I shouldn't have used that words. 2003 Clone Wars. So annoying. Andy, why do you have to draw hoods so weird? I mean, they look really fucking cool, but why are they always so weird? Right. Okay. Shit, I don't know if I have head-on reference for... Do I want to shift the angle of this shot slightly? Sorry, I'm talking to myself, chat. Oh yeah, Nine-Tailed. I've seen a video essay by someone, I can't remember, who was talking about Clamp and its weird choices with certain things. I got a notification, but I couldn't see what it was. Oh! It was for, Ko-Fi. 1 second. Let me go look at that. Oh, Miranda, that's too kind. Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot. Yeah, I have $39 in my bank account right now, so that means a lot. Okay, sorry. I should focus up on my art.
Liftoff of Mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Sorry, I've gotten overly focused in on art. What's going on in chat? Oh, that's interesting questioning. Not sure why it wouldn't do that. That's fair, Soft Truths. I mean, our video is primarily a critique. It's not even particularly nice to Star Wars. To be honest, I think I kind of broke my entire perception of the franchise, and I'm about to ruin a lot of other people's perceptions of it as well. That's fun. Aw, thank you for the donation. You're being very kind tonight. Thank you. It's a bit shit, but whatever. It's for one shot! It's only gonna be on the screen for a little bit. The more I work on this project, the more I accept subpar work from myself. I jest. I've been doing everything I can to make this as high quality as possible. I think one of the hardest things for me with Gendy's style is how weirdly it handles like direct on shots. Like this is directly based off of how Padme is drawn in a specific shot. I might still have the reference in here. can't do something else with the other hand, chat. What do I... Why do bodies have to have 2 arms? Requiring me to draw more. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Whatever. It's good enough. Okay. I really did not give myself much to work with in that shot. What's the tattoo on my arm? So I designed this myself. I haven't explained it in anything yet, and I don't know if I will. But, yeah, it's, if you've watched all of my videos, I think you can probably piece together most of its meaning. Not all, but a lot of it. But this symbol right at the top is the ISO symbol for women in Tron Legacy. So it's sort of a reference to Korra. It's sort of a reference to the video I did about that. It's an important piece to me, gender-wise. This part here is evoking the Matrix Code Rain stuff. But I swapped out the misused katakana for Klingon alphabet. And the Klingon alphabet is a bunch of different quotes and 2 words that mean a lot to me. I'm not sure I will disclose all of them. I think I've only mentioned one of them publicly. This one right here, outside, is Raven. Reference to Edgar Allan Poe's poem, The Raven. One of my favorite poems of all time. Means a lot to me. And I'm I'm considering. We'll see how the show shakes out, if I want to write about it or not. Just because I like something doesn't mean I'm going to want to write about it. And if I dislike it, I wouldn't want to say so publicly. Because Mike Flanagan's really lovely. But Mike Flanagan's next TV show is releasing on the 12th. It's called The Fall of House of Usher. It's an adaptation of a bunch of different Edgar Allan Poe works. So yeah, Mike Flanagan, kind of love him. I noticed that from the Midnight Mass video. I have a little bit of love for Edgar Allan Poe. and I've heard it described as Succession but horror, which appeals to me. So there's a non-zero chance that come the 12th, I will be writing and trying to finish before Halloween an essay on The Fall of the House of Usher. So stay tuned. I'll make a decision once I binge the series, but I have set aside the 12th to just binge the series. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I like tattoos to have a lot of meaning, and be specific to me. Like the next tattoo I want to get, and I actually cut this from the Nimona video. Originally I had a line in the Nimona video where I said, like I said, it has left literal scars, but I have a big scar on this side of the neck that I like to cover up. And if you've watched Chapter 3 of Nimona, you can probably guess where that scar came from. So, yeah. Not a fun reminder to have in the mirror every day. So I want to get that covered up, and what I'm probably gonna do, my brother's a really wonderful artist. Is I'm gonna select a specific like flower or something, and I'm gonna have him draw it, and then I'll have my friend Haley who did this piece do this piece as well. I saved up tiny amounts of money over like 3 years to pay for this, and the really unfortunate thing is now that I'm like not financially doing well because of a lot of life stuff, I don't regret getting the tattoo, but I definitely wish I had the money I spent on it. So I'll put that. But yeah, that's my tattoo. I may at some point discuss what each of the phrases is. The one in the middle is very heavily connected to the script I'm currently working on primarily, which I may put on hold, depending on how much I like Mike Flanagan's Fall of the House of Usher. We'll see. Still making a decision. I have a big fucking list of Edgar Allan Poe stuff that I'm going to be reading before the 12th. But, what was I saying? The one in the middle is heavily interrelated with the Undertale script. So I feel like most people can probably guess what the sentence is. It's kind of a major emotional beat in that game. You know, I want a short mental break from drawing for 5 minutes. So just because I like to occasionally practice delivery of stuff. Who wants to hear the first little bit of the Undertale script? Actually, I should put that behind a Ko-fi. No, Miranda, you gave me a really, really generous donation on Ko-fi. So if you want to hear the first bit of the Undertale script, I will read it. Yeah, I'm hoping that soon-ish I can get out of being in financial not happy time and maybe save up a little bit money to get this one done. I am under obligation to perform. That's my job. My job is to perform for all of you. I'm doing it right now. I guess sometimes that's not my job. Sometimes my job is just doing art for Jesse. Sometimes my job is editing for people. Sometimes my job is voice acting. I do a lot. I do a lot of things. And I think it's pretty fucking cool that I do a lot of things. I don't know. Can you name a lot of other people that can do this much shit? Sounds good, Miranda. Well, I will save it. Unless the Ko-fi goal hits 30%. If it hits 30%, I will read some of the Undertale script. Soft truths? Kind of. Those are ravens. That is what that profile picture does mean. But, there's a little bit more to it. It's also partially a joke between... one that wouldn't make full sense, and I can't really explain to y'all, without disclosing some things I don't want to share. But, yeah, it's kind of a Six of Crows joke, which is funny because, you're in Miranda, again. I'm really bad for asking for money. I physically cringed the entire I was so towards having to make that ad that the sponsor read for Nimona that I just asked Jessie to edit most of it. She was like, "Can I do something to help you finish this so you can work on Star Wars sooner?" And I was like, "Edit the advertisement." It's frustrating because I need to be able to do that to keep being an artist and stuff, but doesn't mean I have to like it. Truly, I just gave myself nothing to work with. ARFID? I need to look that up. I don't think I do. Oh, sorry, you were talking to Ninetale. I got confused. The TED Talk Amanda Palmer did on asking just passed by. I'll have to look that up. Soft Truths. Thank you. I'm not sure, Deadfish. I might. Also, hi, Skylar. Hope you're well. Well, thank you for being my hype girl, Miranda. I appreciate it. No, you have nothing to say. Sorry. I was confused because I was silly. I wasn't reading chat in order in a way that made sense. I was responding to a message from Kira, but what was I saying? We're going to add a little animations folder here. Yes. Very exciting. Yes. Oh, I might then, Dabfish. I think I might, because yeah, there's certain foods and things that make me like, ugh. So you know, I shouldn't have done that noise. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry if that bothered anybody. I shouldn't have made that noise. Aw, Ash, thank you. I wish I could still work out. My chronic illness makes it so I can't. There's something really funny to me, and I think the reason like pukey noises don't really bother me too much is because like I have a chronic illness and that causes that, and until I was like 10 I wasn't really medicated, so I puked a lot all the time. And even then, like the medication dosage level I was taking didn't get high enough to really significantly combat it until I was older, and even then I still get a little bit of acid reflux every once in a while. Which is part of why I'm having financial not fun time, is they keep fucking increasing the price of groceries and medications. Like, my expenses have doubled and I'm not buying anything different. Yeah, what was I saying? It's very frustrating. Being disabled in Canada is incredibly expensive. The Canadian healthcare system is designed for able-bodied people. It is designed for people that have temporary issues which are solvable. But our pharmaceuticals are not socialized. And so what you have is literally I have to pay more than everyone else just to be living. And there's certain things that even if I could get a good insurance policy on, it's really hard for me to do as a freelance artist, wouldn't be covered. Like, I have to take probiotics. If I don't take probiotics, I will die. Not a joke. I almost died in second year university because my digestive bacteria all died. My immune system was killing my digestive bacteria, basically. And so I stopped digesting food. And, yeah, and I can't get, like, even if I had an insurance policy, I probably couldn't get coverage for the probiotics. You know, my fucking medically necessary probiotics. I love Canada. What a swell place. Here's the thing, Dabfish. They can't figure out the fuck's wrong with me. I have a bunch of diagnosed symptoms, and I know that I technically don't have Crohn's, as far as they can tell. Or if I do, I have really weird Crohn's, which is also possible, but they can't prove. I'm one of those weirdos that technically is basically unclassifiable. I have a IBS diagnosis because that at least allows me to be considered by the system as like, you are actually like chronically ill. You are chronically ill. We are confirming that. But they've been trying to diagnose me since I was 6 years old. I've had invasive surgeries. I've had all sorts of stuff, and it just, yeah. Well, and not only do I have to pay for my medications for my chronic illness, I have to pay for my fucking hormones. So, like, I have 2 different medication costs. Plus, like, grocery prices in Canada are so bad right now that nearly half of families are at risk of, like, half. You did not mishear me. Half of the families in Canada are at risk of homelessness right now because of how bad things are for cost of living. Ugh. It's just, yeah, it's just rough. It's just hard, and it's very frustrating to deal with. So, yeah. That's good, Ninetales. I'm glad that you haven't had to deal with that, because I know it can be quite expensive. The liberal government doesn't give a shit about us. The liberal government doesn't give a shit about anybody. The liberal government gives a shit about their own pockets. The Conservative Party gives a lot of shits about everybody, in that they want everybody to be as miserable as possible. 2 very different evils. Well, the thing is that Canada is super nice if you're not disabled, if you're not marginalized. It looks really wonderful because, like, a lot of people don't deal with much here. As much, right? In these ways. I mean, until, like, the last 2-3 years, in which case poverty shot up because basically... Mildred Thoughtslime did a really, really, really good video about this, explaining some of it. But, basically, there is a pseudo-monopoly on groceries in Canada. There's a couple of large chains, and they basically bandied together to function like a monopoly to drive prices up to obscene levels, making it basically impossible for disabled people, for poorer families, for people living off of minimum wage, for anybody to afford living. They just keep increasing the price. It doesn't make any fucking sense. And I feel like we're close to a breaking point, and it's not good. And, like, it is super negatively affecting a lot of people I know, because most of my friends are just either fresh out of university or still finishing university. You know, it's affecting a lot of the people my sister, my brother's age, really, really horrifically. Who are only a couple years younger than me. It's rough. And with the Conservative Party of Canada officially declaring that transphobia is part of their party line for trying to get re-elected, let's just say I'm not prepared to seek refuge in another country. Because if things go really bad, I physically can't stay and fight. Which sucks. And I hate. Because that's all I'd want to do. But my body gets in the way of most things I want to do. I'm glad, Miranda. That's awesome. The thing is, Canada is less bad than the US. That is how they get away with making everything worse. I'm not kidding. One of the primary things that the Canadian politicians play off of is, well, it's not as bad as the US. So every time things get worse in the US, things get worse here because it's all connected. So all of the anti-trans laws in the US, Canada will try, like the conservative side of Canada is trying to do that here, right? Because they've seen it's viable. Because the Americans made it viable. So every time America does horrible things, Canada becomes worse, in my experience anyway. Yeah, exactly, Miranda. Canada is not the happy gumdrop of dreamland people think it is. Yeah, Canada basically, as long as the bar doesn't go below the American bar, the Canadian politicians are fine because they can keep selling it on, well, we're not as bad as, yeah. Comparing the UK to Canada, Canada is better for trans people. There isn't a good place for trans people on the planet right now. I'm going to be very honest with you. There is no good place. Sorry, I wanted this to be a chill stream, but this is where my headspace is at lately. This is all I think about all the time. I don't think I'm going to have to leave necessarily, but 5, 6, 7 years down the line, potentially. If the Conservatives get voted in with a majority government and they pass certain laws, I may genuinely need to consider it just because of my physical, like, health needs. So yeah, it's complicated. It's all complicated. There's no easy answers to any of these things. To be honest, I'd probably go to New Zealand or Australia. I have friends there. Like, I would have a support network. I wouldn't be going to nothing. Yeah, exactly, Miranda. I mean, like, a couple weeks ago, there were mass anti-trans protests across all of Canada. I, unfortunately, wasn't physically well enough. This is what I mean by, like, I can't really do a lot to fight back. I wasn't physically well enough to attend the counter-protest, and it sucks. And I'm trying really hard not to engage in, like, shaming over that, because it's not helpful. But it is frustrating. Yeah, exactly, Skylar. That's the thing, is it's like I don't want to even think about leaving. My community is here. But yeah, I fight my own way. And I influence people, and I know I influence people to go out and do things. Both, like, interpersonally in my life and through my work. You know, like, it's so, but it is frustrating some days. Some days I really wish that I could do more for my communities, you know. I think it's part of the problem for disabled people in general is that advocating for ourselves is so difficult because we're disabled and we're dealing with all of that stuff, you know. Same with being trans. In different ways, though. I think some people are more aware, but like I'm taking a drawing class right now at the university because I'm trying to finish up my degree. I only need 2 more classes, and like one of the people in my class is like reading a fucking Harry Potter book and like loudly talking about how much they love Harry Potter to the prof, and I'm not the only trans person in that class, and I'm like, and I don't, like, I think the TA is just unaware. He's very offline, you know, and I do not get any negative vibes from him, which is rare from a cis man, that I'm like that confident of no vibes, that are bad, but yeah. That's another thing too, Dabfish. Like, I eat like 1 meal a day usually. Maybe 2 if I'm lucky. More nutritious food would help. Though I eat pretty healthily. What I'm saying is I think this TA is that type of very offline. Like, yeah. True, Skylar. It's not that I don't have hope. I have constant hope. All I have is hope, but I also have an awareness of the reality. The thing is, soft truths, in my experience, it's not that people don't get it. It's that they don't want to. And the maliciousness doesn't really matter. I mean, like, the malicious people are obviously worse. They're the worst part, but they're not necessary. I'm sorry, Nine-Tailed, that's all. Good enough. Yeah, exactly, Petite Flower. I just don't have the energy to be like, hey, yeah, that makes me really uncomfortable. I have to explain that the creator of that franchise has personally targeted my co-author and I with harassment, and that for the last 9 months, on a regular basis, I received death threats from that fan base. That's kind of hard to explain, you know, to most cis people. Pretty weird thing to have to explain, and yeah. But if it becomes a thing in that class, then I am going to bring it up at a certain point and just be like, hey, you need to be aware of this. Like, yeah. It's more just the exhaustion at this point, more than anything else. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think you would. It would be a lot of work and effort. And if I am gonna, like, it's like, if it's just a thing last week and this week, then whatever, it's not worth it, you know? Yeah, the vibes are exhausted, overwhelmed, and frustrated right now. That pretty much sums it up. Yep. Yeah, I'm just kind of overwhelmed in general. Draw your little animations. It's fine. Oh, yeah, Thelius, it's a time. Ugh. I might just have to accumulate some fucking debt on my student loan. I've been paying the, like, 300 and something that I need to for my 2 student loans each month so that they don't accrue more debt, right? But, that has been difficult to afford for a while. Oh, that's unfortunate, Petite. I'm sorry. You're all good, Soft Truths. It wasn't bothering me. That's just kind of how Gendy does Jaws in general. It's such a weird art style. Next time I'm doing a large animation project, I'm doing something simpler and scratchier. So I have to do less of these exacting cartoon lines. Look, I did realize after the fact that it was looking that Turb was looking a little Turb's character was looking a little handsome Squidward, but I was also like, I don't have time to redraw this. And that's just kind of how Gendy does things. So there's a little tiny bit. My biggest problem with the hands is I often draw them like too tiny. And I zoom out and I'm like, that is not a hand. That is a tiny little baby hand.
Discovery Houston, trim to ATO.
Fuck, that hand's still too small! It's fine. I can't even tell Turb because he won't fucking respond to my messages, so. And hasn't for like 3 months. So I couldn't tell him if I wanted to at least. That looks more natural. Yeah, I'm fucking done waiting for him to respect me, so. Why do I keep making his hand too fucking small? God damn it. Me earlier? Hands aren't that bad. Me now. No, actually they are. Fuck hands. I hate hands. All my homies hate hands. That's probably more reasonable.
Name a more legendary battle.
I don't know, I just immediately, I guess that immediately made me think of that one line from Kung Fu Panda. The fuck? Oh.
Our battle will be legendary.
There we go! An appropriately sized hand that is also the wrong rotation. Because I'm a good voice actor and people should hire me to do things. Like last night I was reading through a thing and someone was doing like a meme where they were doing like the lizard brain thing from Disco Elysium, and I haven't even played that much of the game. I keep meaning to come back to it, I just haven't had time, and it's kind of a novel, so I need to have enough focus to be able to read, but
You came out of the primordial ooze. Like there's something about that voice. The lizard brain.
I love that voice. Yeah, exactly, Ashran. That's exactly that. People should get me to like do more voice acting because everybody's like, "But I like your voice," and I'm like, "But I don't." I already have to listen to it too much in my own video. Though I don't know which takes LK won with, but I had to read a bunch of I had to read a bunch of hate comments she's gotten in like villain voices and the wild takes. There's this one, like I can't read these on stream because they are heinous and upsetting, but there's this one that's like so incoherent, like it's hard to tell what it's even trying to say. Like it's clearly hateful, but you're just like, what the fuck does this even mean? Anyway, so that's fun. I also recorded a thing today for that same Late Night the Brave video about chronic pain and Kaz and Six of Crows, because the video's about Six of Crows. It's a really good series. Okay, let's angle this a little better.
Lightning speed!
Lightning speed! He's got a coin quick draw. No, it was just ridiculous voices that I was doing for all of these hate comments for LK's video because she wanted examples of a specific type of anti-Semitism that she deals with. So she had me read them. I was in Lola's cannibalism video, which I was really excited about. The funniest thing is like, Lola and I were both fans of each other. Like, fans of each other before we interacted with each other. And then we met each other and we were like, oh my god, I love your work so much. and so, both, like, getting to be in one of her videos, because she's one of the reasons I'm a video essayist. Straight up, I love Lola Sebastian's work so much. And but, like, when I asked her to be in a video, she was like so excited about it, and then um what? It's incredible. I love vocal stims. They're so obnoxious and annoying. For myself, I'm talking about my own vocal stims. I'm not talking about anybody else's. I'm just talking about, like, I find it frustrating dealing with tics, especially vocal tics and things. Like, when I'm on stream or recording, I do a lot to hide it. Actually, I do a lot to hide it all the time. It's very annoying because it's like, sometimes I can't, and you'll notice that I tend to do other tics in response when I'm. Fuck! Now I'm thinking about tics, and it's. Yep, there it is. Fuck. Sorry. Most annoying thing about that tick, the popping tick, is that I started saying sorry afterwards, and now it's like part of the tick. It's very annoying. I hate it. Anyway. Sorry. I hate it. I don't want to. Sorry. I have no issue with other people's. It's the instant, but I don't like dealing with it for myself because it's like, sorry. Hate it. Anyway. What was I saying? Coin quick draw. So what I need to do is create a little bit more anticipation. So I think I need to do. Oh god, the reference is getting in the way. Be gone, reference. Sorry. That's just gonna be happening for a bit. I'm apologizing. Sorry. Leave me alone, mouth. And my mouth said no. Yeah, I really liked Lowe's video a lot. Actually, we were messaging a bunch about it and, like, cannibalism and media and stuff. And it made me start thinking again about my vampire video that I want to write about queer vampires. And and it inspired me to write. Oh, knock that over. That's great. Sorry about that, chat. Hopefully the camera's in a good position. And for some reason, rewatching the video, made me think of this. I wrote this last night. A medical transition is a glorious act of metamorphosis. It is choosing to become what society deems monster. One man's body horror is a woman's dream come true, I guess. And I think this is foundational to my obsession with transformative monsters, of your body warping and changing, and why media that treats that as wondrous, as beautiful, intrigues me so much. Because perhaps when we stare into the abyss, it doesn't stare back, but instead we find ourselves reflected in the void. And some people don't like the monsters they see there. Anyway. It's called I've Been Doing Digital Art Since I Was 16 Years Old. Genuinely soft truth, it's just a practice. You get used to it eventually. But you gotta be preemptive with it. And sometimes I'll make mistakes and you will lose like a ton of time when you do. It's super annoying when that happens. Still too fast, but if I add another frame in here... Oh no, you're all good. It wasn't like you were like, I'm going to set off your ticks, haha. You know, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's a really phenomenal video. As always, I really love Lola's work. I think it is unique in its qualities, and especially when she was telling me about this video, I was just so fucking excited to see what she was going to do with it. And I think that video's fascinating. It's so interesting. There's so many layers. One bit of it, and this is just something I'd like never even considered, but was an interesting, I don't know what to call it, moment was when she pointed out, like when she was talking about cannibalism and things, and touched on, like the famines in Ireland, and I was like, oh, there's a non-zero chance my ancestors did a little can. I also think it's probably the best video to try to take a look, like so far that's taken a look back at Twilight, which is not what you'd expect, but trust me, it takes it in interesting directions and it says something meaningful by doing so. And part of that is that the video actually, you know, acknowledges the racism in Twilight, and yeah. Oh, it's way more than horror or gore. Athelius, you'll find it interesting. You'll find it really interesting. I don't want to spoil any of it, but it's so fucking good. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I would say that everybody should just watch all of Lola's videos, front to back, even the unlisted ones. Very good. They're very good videos. I really love her Bourdain video. It's such an interesting examination of art and food and the meaning of life and stuff. It's just good work. Lola just does really good work, and I'm honored that I got to be a part of one of her videos. Even more so to call her a friend is like really fucking cool. She just does great stuff. So yeah, that's my video essay recommendation for the week. Is Lola Sebastian's video about cannibalism. Normal things you recommend to people. And you want to listen to multiple hours about cannibalism media. It's so good though. It's so good. It's Yeah, the primary film that it's talking about is called Bones and All, which is by the same director as Call Me By Your Name. It's a very interesting work. I want to watch the film now, and I heard it's on Amazon Prime, so I might be taking a watch of that sometime soon, when I have a moment of free time. So I think I'm gonna finish up this shot and then I'm taking a break. We'll do something else. We'll come back to it, but we'll do something else for a little bit. Plus, like, all your favorite people in there. Foreign's in there. I'm in there. Lady Night the Brave's in there. Who else? Who else was a big part of it? A lot of wonderful people. And one person. Okay. I think that's how they basically work. Let's watch it. Oh, okay. I don't think Ravenous got mentioned. That's amazing, Ashrand. Yeah, Lola Sebastian does some of the best work on taboo subjects. I don't think anyone else quite does as good analysis of taboo subjects as Lola. Okay, awesome. Save everything. We're gonna boot that over there. I'm gonna set up my computer to play a game. What do I want to run? I want to play. Oh wait, I know what we were gonna do. We're gonna do something very silly. Brian, period. Go over Ojima quiz. Someone automated it? That's fucking incredible. 1 second. One sec. Okay. We are taking a brief break. Oh god. What? Okay. Why did it glitch out so hard? Okay, whatever. And then to a single. That's the closest I can get to. What was your dwarf hamster? My first pet was a dwarf hamster. The name was Jellybean. They hated everybody except for me. They bit everybody except for me. Jellybean loved me very much. Yeah, I'm just not sure what the fuck is going on with this website. It's just glitched. What's your most embarrassing childhood memory? Be specific. Oh god. I didn't think about that. On stream? On stream? Fuck. My entire childhood was just being constantly embarrassed, so like, I don't know if I can pick a specific one. Fuck you, BDG, and your embarrassing childhood. I don't. Here's the other problem. I have CPTSD. I don't remember most of my childhood 90% of the time. Unless you give me something to remind me, I'm just not going to remember any of it. I don't remember my childhood very much. I fell down the stairs in front of the entire high school one time. That wasn't fun. Condense the story into 2 words. Stairfall. What is the object you'd least like to be stabbed by? Serrated knife. What is something I'm good at? Self-deprecation. Writing. I'd be puking after a couple of carrots, I'm not gonna lie. What is your greatest intangible fear?
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
What's my greatest tangible fear? Abandonment. Complete loss of self. What was the last thing you did before starting this worksheet? Animation. Terrible. Victorian child. Favorite state of matter? Plasma, obviously. Clock. This is Brian David Gilbert's Kojima name generator. I knew you'd have a response to that. Oh. Okay. Oh, I know what my name sounds vaguely like. Aarakocra. Gemini. I think zodiac signs are bullshit. If you had to define your personality in one word, what would it be? Chaotic. Who is my favorite film character? Nimona. Easy. What is the last word of the title of your favorite Kubrick film? I don't have one. Kubrick sucks. 2001: A Space Odyssey. I feel like the entire way I've answered this sheet really does demonstrate that chaotic is the best way to define my personality in one word. I'm a Gemini, not a Virgo. But what I always find fascinating about people who are really into the science thing is you can just like tell them bullshit and they'll go off about how much it applies to you. Anyway, I've had like a weird number of people decide that I'm a terrible person because my birthday's June 16th. And I just think that if you decide whether or not a person is a good person based on their birthday because of star maps, you should reconsider your views on the world. Oh, I see, Dabfish. That makes sense. What's the first word in the title of your favorite Joy Division album? Fuck. I have to remind myself of Joy Division albums. I'm fine with people who are into like Zodiac stuff because it brings them joy or whatever. But like, when it turns into judging other people that you don't know based on their birthday or pushing things on to other people, it's just not great. That's when I start having an issue. And it has nothing to do with the Zodiac stuff. It has to do with the way that people apply it, you know? Unknown pleasures. What is a scientific term you picked up from listening to NPR once? I've never listened to NPR. It's not a thing in Canada. Yeah, exactly, Soft Truths. It's not about belief, it's about how people apply it and stuff. Oof, petite flower. What is a scientific term you picked up from listening to NPR once? Now I'm just trying to remember like really weird terms that were in the paper that my name is on. I think that would be funny. I know I can lie. I don't have any answer for 19. Someone give me some suggestions for weird science terms. What is a piece of military hardware you think looks cool even though war is bad? Is it Barrett 50 cal? Ooh, neuroplasticity is a great word. Yeah. Neuroplasticity. Thank you, Anthony. What is something I enjoy watching Mads Mikkelsen do? I just want to see him just be like a little silly guy. Just being a little silly guy. That would bring me joy. Silly? Little is funnier. Okay. Now what do I do? How do I see my results?
critical function.
I don't see my Kojima names anywhere. Oh, results. Mnemonic. The Victorian stairfall. Oh my god. Big commandments. Oh my god. The abandonment. No, the abandonment wins. That's my fucking. What the fuck was the serrated knife one again? The Victorian child stairfall. Chaotic Maker. No, Chaotic Maker wins. Wait. Big. Chat, I got big neuroplasticity. Big neuroplasticity. Victorian child chaotic maker man. Oh my god, that was exceptionally ridiculous. Okay, we're gonna go back to animation now. Oh. Do you have big neuroplasticity? You'll find that I'm just a shill for big neuroplasticity. That was weird. I love playing with my voice. My voice is fun because you know what I have big neuroplasticity about? My voice. My voice has big neuroplasticity.
You'll find that my voice has big neuroplasticity, Batman. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, Ninetale, that Platinum's doing that. That's okay, Dabfish. I'm sure having big neurorigidity is okay. Sorry, that was bad. Okay. We can do much better than this, me. I really did just draw the drawing and anyway. Why the fuck do I have tiptoe by? It's stuck in my head. What the fuck does Barry Benson's voice sound like, Athelius? Who's Barry Benson? I feel like I know Barry Benson, but I don't know Barry Benson. What's the matter with bees? Big neuroplasticity! Athelius, did you mean the fucking bee movie? What's the deal with big neuroplasticity? No, it's the rebel symbol. Oh god, I see I see what you mean. Oh my god, fucking B movie really said, get cucked by a bee. Patrick Warburton. Oh no, you don't have to apologize for anything, Petite Flower. I was just like, how do you see it? Oh, I see it. Well, I'm just now picturing like a fictional, you know. Chad, did you know that circles are hard? You know that circles are hard. Okay though. Heisma. That was not Patrick Warburton. I didn't even get close. Oh fuck, I'm trying to think of his voice. I'm trying to think of a line. Someone give me a line that Kronk says. Goose go. Goose go. Goose go. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Okay. Give me circle. Too big. Like a coin. This does not look good. Okay. Let's just try something. Well, did I spend all of yesterday's drawing class drawing like 1,000 fucking hands? And I tried this one right. It's better. How did the B movie happen? Now I'm using the reflection of my first monitor. That's hilarious. Ashram as a concept. A B movie Spy Kids universe. But funny. Sorry, I'm trying to like get what this angle looks like. You know? It's all wrong! Why can't I get this fucking right? This shouldn't be this hard. Sometimes drawing hands easy. Sometimes drawing hand really hard. Why? Okay. Let's go for a cupped hand look. I'm gonna get this right, chat. Just you wait. I'm gonna do it. Anyway, sorry. I completely ignored y'all for a bit because I was just like angry at hands. Fucking hands. I hope you're all doing well. An animator getting mad at hands? Must be Tuesday. Not literally Tuesday, but... You know what I mean. If you get it, you get it. There we go. Now we just take this entire thing and whoop. Yep. There we go. Hand! I win hand! Okay, what was going on? Carl the llama eat hands, yes. Congrats, you've won hand. Thank you, Skylar. Also a reminder to chat. I will read the first section of the Undertale script if you get that percentage to 30% on Ko-Fi. Just saying. If you want to support it and you're enjoying the stream and whatever. You gotta... Thank you, Valerie. Okay. That's one more shot of scene 2 done. Let's move on to the next shot. God, scene 2 is unreasonably long. Oh, I can just copy paste for scene 2, shot 13. Because I'm fucking smart. I forgot that I purposely did shot compositions that I can reuse. I'll touch that one later. I'm gonna mess with this one later as well. This one's fun though. Motherfucking Obi-Wan. Oh, right, he just does have that weird of a hair. Okay. I was like, does hair actually look like this? And yeah, it does. It does just look like this. Obi-Wan is so sassy 24/7. Listen, Obi-Wan's that old queen that, like, will not let you get away with anything. He's just so gay. Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate the support. I can't tell what that percentage is, but thank you. I appreciate it. I regret to inform you that the Jedi Order has fallen. That's not his voice at all. Sometimes I can do an Obi-Wan impression. It really depends the day. Another happy landing. Obi-Wan really did die just in a way to troll Anakin. He walked up and said, "What's up, you dramatic bitch? I actually won't die when you kill me. Lamau! Obi-Wan did that, You know that one meme where the guy just goes and disappears and like fades out into the background? That's Obi-Wan. Anakin's change of heart was 90% Obi-Wan annoying him as a Force ghost for 3 years. I'm glad I could help. I like how my video essays are these serious, emotional things, and then if you catch me on a stream, I'm like, hi, I'm a little chaos gremlin. I'm gonna draw some shit and say some weird things. Amazing, Anthony. Amazing. I fully support that reading. I don't know why, but I have
Shadow Money Wizard Gang.
stuck in my head right now.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
And it's probably echolalia, but it's just, I'm like, so every 5 seconds I've just been resisting the urge to say
Shadow Money Wizard Gang. Legalize nuclear bombs.
I don't know why that's stuck in my head.
We love casting spells.
I love everybody immediately knowing what I'm talking about. I have no idea what it's originally from. There's just a million memes of it. Questioning why I'm glad that's why you come here questioning especially.
This stream sponsored by Shadow Wizard Money Gang. This stream sponsored by the Shadow Government. Legalize nuclear bombs.
I'm very normal. Okay. Now I need to make this motherfucker talk. Obi Kenobi. So I'm doing a lot of cheating on this project by doing what's called Viseme animation. It's okay, good animators cheat. It's like being a good programmer. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what it is, Athelius. It's
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
era of music. I do think there's just something really funny to me about the fact that, like, Obi-Wan and Yoda are the biggest fucking trolls in existence. Like, God, yeah, I grew up listening to radio, because radio was still a thing in the 2000s. When you got in the vehicle, you chose between an iPod or the radio, and often or a mix, and the radio played in a lot of places in a way that it doesn't as much now. And,
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
played, like, every couple minutes. Like, it was on a specific advertisement chain on, or like the studio thing, like, for the radio station in Regina.
94.7 Wolf FM,
Or whatever the fuck it was. I vaguely remember it, but yeah, that one. Damn, son, where'd you find this? Definitely stuck with me. And you're right, it is the exact same voice, or very similar. Let me take a look at your pretty picture, Obi-Wan. Silly man. He's a silly man with a plan. Woo, that's another shot done. We are fucking moving today. I'll deal with scene 3, shot 3, and shot 1 later. Fuck a scene 4, shot 1. Oh god. No, I forgot! I drew another ship moving! Why did I do this again? Ugh! I have to redraw it! Why did I do this? Chat! Astron said, Last Jedi was sold to me forever when Yoda destroyed the tree with a bolt of lightning and laughed his ass off. Would like the prequel so much better if he was just ripping Anakin constantly. Get his ass chilling faster. I'm curious what Buckley's angel is, Athelius. I'm aware that it's a bit janky. I will fuck around with it to get it more exact, but I was just trying to get it done at the time. And really, reference is reference. It's not supposed to be a final shot, you know? Past Aeronautic was pro-ship prisoner. Don't say that, Ashrand. The weird people that get way into shipping wars are gonna come after me. To be honest, the only time I have problems with people like shipping certain characters is when they start doing it in ways that like ignores abuse and stuff. That I'm like, I don't know about that, bud. I'm like, you can do what you want, but maybe like be aware that what you're doing is kind of fucked up. At least like be able to recognize that element of it. Oh, absolutely uncommon dabfish. Like, the meme is kind of playing into that. I should have acknowledged it at the time. But yeah, the idea of, like, some evil secret whatever that's controlling the government is just anti-Semitic nonsense. To be clear. Star Wars ships are so complicated. A TIE fighter shot that I spent like days on was brutal. I generally prefer Star Wars ship design to Trek, but there's certain stuff in Trek that really appeals to me. The Defiant from Deep Space Nine. I think Trek ships really work for what they're doing, though, and I think the question of what is good design isn't necessarily what appeals to me most aesthetically, but what does it say about the context that it's in? And that's why I think the Defiant in particular works so well, because it's such a contrast to the rest of the Starfleet designs. It's decidedly warlike, something that is somewhat oppositional to how we generally view Starfleet. And so it starts getting us to ask questions about the Defiant, about what Starfleet is doing in the Dominion War. And it's just fucking good design. I also think Lower Decks has some really fun designs in it. For like side ships and stuff. fuck is going on here? Not helpful. I have to draw more stormtroopers. Oh, I hate drawing stormtroopers. After that one shot. Before that I was fine with it, but now I hate drawing stormtroopers. Drawing stormtroopers is ass. Yeah, Cowboy Bebop has some of the best ship designs ever done in any piece of media ever made. Genuinely brilliant shit. I will give no context for this. I'm gonna show you something that LK just posted in a server. LK just posted this with the sentence, "I have committed another crime against God." LK. Go sleep, Dabfish. If someone pays me $5, I will say what Dabfish just sent. The one that ends with God. Someone donate $5, I'll do it. Oh. Ooh, crimes against God. That was great at that point. Oh well, crimes against God. There you go. If you spend more money, I'll say more dumb things. Everyone thank Dabfish for whatever that was.
Well, the nice thing about Cowboy Bebop is it's short. It's like 20-something episodes in a movie, and that's it. Thank you, Deathfish, for the horse. Deathfish is good. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO. Beautiful, beautiful.
I had to refresh myself on what Corellian light freighters look exactly like. This is one that's going to make way more sense once I, like, color it. But I feel like it's going to be confusing until I color it. Oh, well. Ninetale, just go in and enjoy it for what it is and ignore all the expectations people have put on it and everything. Like, I went into it not really knowing much, and I watched it with Lady Night the Brave in prep for her making her video on the show, which if you do watch the show, then you can watch her video, and I wrote an entire segment about trans representation in Bebop specifically, and I helped LK with a larger discussion of how Shinichiro Watanabe handles trans and intersex representation across his works. But there is some interesting stuff in Cowboy Bebop, specifically with Gren. It's not necessarily good, it's complicated, but it's interesting, and it's very ahead of its time, and yeah, there's just a lot of interesting non-binary representation, which was made more canonically non-binary when they were cast in the live-action show and purposely had non-binary actors playing those roles. And just, like, really, Cowboy Bebop is ahead of its time in so many ways, stylistically, design-wise, art-wise, action design-wise, storytelling, and, like, even if it's not necessarily your thing, I think there's something about it that will be interesting or valuable to you, that you can get from it, if that makes any sense. I hope that makes sense. Because, yeah. IMO, it's kind of a masterpiece of a work of art that people should experience, even if it's not necessarily their favorite thing. Because it's also kind of like Star Wars or Neon Genesis Evangelion. There's so much media that is referencing it constantly that not experiencing it leaves out a certain intertextual knowledge that is helpful when engaging in art in general. If y'all get me to 300 on the Ko-Fi, what am I at in the Ko-Fi right now? All right, I'm at 26%. 35 more dollars on Ko-Fi chat, because there's the $5 for the ooh woo. 35 more dollars and I'll reach you some of the Undertale script. There's some stuff that I want to talk about from that, but I can't unless you do that. But there's some things I say in there that might be relevant to what I'm talking about here with intertextuality and how it affects our understanding of works of media, and yeah, there's some stuff. Oh yeah, like Watanabe is fucking great. I need to watch the rest of his series, but Samurai Champloo and Cowboy Bebop are some of my favorites. And he's returning to Sci-Fi with his next series, and the action direction is being done by the director of John Wick. So I'm so bad at saying his name, but Watanabe's directing everything that's not the action scenes, and the John Wick action director is doing just the action scenes. They're directing it together. It looks fucking dope. It's an animated series. I'm like, it looks so cool. Like, legitimately, the trailer was basically just like, here's some cool visuals and these guys are making it. Don't you want to see it? And I'm like, yes. This appeals to me specifically because I like what Watanabe directs characters so well, you know, and the action, like the director for John Wick is just a phenomenal action director. It's like a perfect marriage of skill sets, and I think another thing that I appreciate about John Wick's action director is that he knows how to like convey character through action, which is so important in animation. When you combine it with Watanabe's skill of already doing that, it's like the series is gonna be fucking cool. I can't remember what's coming out, but yeah, that's Watanabe's next project is some sort of sci-fi series. With yeah, like it looks really cool. It just looks really cool, and I'm looking forward to watching it when it releases. I'd say it's always interesting to me, like, waiting for things that I'm excited for to release, because I'm always sitting there going, oh, I wonder if this is going to make me want to write about it. You know? Because if it's going to make me want to write about it, then it's just going to consume my life for a bit. And that's great, you know, sometimes, but it's also frustrating when it gets in the way of projects. Like, Nimona came in and, like, ruined my focus on this project, on the Star Wars project, because I was like, I have to make the Nimona video. I have to make the Nimona video. I have so much to say about Nimona. I have to make it. Like, it just fucking consumed me. Bones and all. If you get the joke. God, yeah, Watanabe just knows how to use soundtrack to set tone and mood and feel, and and the people that he works with every single time are so fucking good. And I think Watanabe is just a really good example of someone who knows how to surround himself with highly skilled people. In order to ensure that his work is the best that it can be. And that's the thing that I think about a lot as an artist, is just I always want to be surrounding myself with people that bring out the best in me artistically. That's what I try to do with the type of spaces that I form and the connections I make. I think all artists are made better by engaging with other artists' work and with each other interpersonally, and yeah. Your art will be better if you spend time with other artists. Wild! Wild concept. I know I'm really out there with that one, but yeah, Cowboy Bebop's fucking incredible. I saw it for the first time like a couple of years ago, and oh boy, are complicated rotations fun. There we go. Oh boy. That makes sense, Soft Truths. I get it. What's the Wu-Tang Clan show? Like, is it like a like sort of documentary, sort of not about the Wu-Tang Clan, or is it like a dramatization? I'm curious what it is. Oh, you know what I watched recently that was really good? The Netflix adaptation of One Piece. That was the Netflix adaptation of One Piece is shockingly well made. And I don't even like One Piece. I've never read the manga. I'm not really into the anime. The most I've engaged with it is the Purple Eyes What the Fuck fandom. So it's not like I'm a fan of the series or anything, but I really enjoyed it. Like it's just fun. What's his name? The guy that's playing Luffy is doing a really fun thing with that character, I think. And I think the thing that makes it really good to me, or really valuable to me, is it has an absolute dedication to practical effects that I haven't seen in a work in ages. And, like, where it uses CGI is really smart, because it's the stuff that you have to CGI. Like, Luffy's stretchy abilities. And what's great about it is that like the CGI is either subtle stuff you're not going to notice, i.e. backgrounds, that sort of thing, or it's enhancements of the scene, powder effects, dirt moving, that sort of thing. But what I like about it is that the stuff that is obviously CGI is also obviously fantastical and magical, and it works, in my opinion, specifically because it doesn't try to make that stuff look real. It tries to make it feel realistic to the world it's in. Which I think is more important than quote unquote realism. I think realism's overrated. Yeah, I'm guessing that's how it is for the manga and but the live action adaptation's really rapid. It's not slow at all. It's quite quick. It gets right into the action. It doesn't waste any time. LK's read a lot of the manga, and she's saying that she's manga. Correct pronunciation? Fuck, I'm probably mispronounced it. I apologize. What was I saying? I'm really neurodivergent.
and forgetful. Anyway. Like the manga itself was like really slow, and that's part of why she stopped reading it. But she liked the live action version a lot more. Have a good one, Athalius. Thanks for being here. Once this shot's done, I'm probably gonna wrap up stream. Been going for a long time. But if you want me to read Undertale before I wrap up, donate to the Ko-Fi. Or to the stream in some other way.
That's amazing, Ashrand. Yeah, I've heard a lot of mixed things about how One Piece handles trans characters, but that it's gotten better in recent stuff. Like the manga, not the live action.
Roger, 0J, and I feel fine. Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Oh, if you need to sleep, you need to sleep, hon. You gotta take care of your body.
3, 2, 1, 0, 0,
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Oh, I can't handle ASMR. It's sensory hell for me. Like all the respect to people who enjoy it. Not saying it's like a bad thing that exists or that can't like it or anything. Just that for me, very specifically, I cannot stand it at all. It is highly aggravating. I think I got confused by the reference image. That's not what that should look like. Whatever. It's fine. What are wave sounds? Oh, like literally the sound of waves? Yeah, no, I'm trying to focus. What was I say? This DMC free thing does repeat that one song a lot. It's kind of annoying. I'm gonna go see if where's my stream music. Let's listen to some Home. That sound better? Let me know if the audio levels are acceptable. There you go. Oh, you meant like wave sounds for like falling asleep. You know what I hate? It's a really weird pet peeve, but I've been listening to Home since God, I don't even know how long, like years and years and years and years, like high school. you know, yeah, like 2014-ish. I've been listening to Home since around 2014. Like around when Resonance released is when I found Home. Listened to it forever. There's this one song by Home that Summoning Salt uses a lot, and then people go, "That's the Summoning Salt song," and it drives me. I'm like, no, it's not. That's Home. Respect the artist that actually made the song. Because, like, I love Home, and I think it's fucking great that he said, you know, if you want to use my stuff for your stream or your film, like your whatever, I'm not going to copyright hit you. Please use it. And I think that's awesome, but I think it's like, if someone's going to be kind enough to do that, the least you can do is make sure to credit them. You know? That's just my opinion. I don't know why. Like, I know it's a pet peeve. I know it's not reasonable to be annoyed by it, but I'm like, stop calling Home's music Summoning Salt music. I get you like the recaps of speedrunning, but... And I like Summoning Salt's videos, to be clear. This is not an issue with Summoning Salt. I just find his fans being like, "Oh, Summoning Salt song!" And it's like, no. It is not Summoning Salt song. It's the Home song that Summoning Salt happens to use. I just want people to respect an artist that I like, who is cool about copyright stuff. Oh, that noise is so awful, Soft Truth. It's because often people will remove their muffler on purpose to increase the sound of their vehicles. And it's just like, could you be more of an asshole to your neighbors? Oh. It's a weird thing. Okay. That part of the shot is done. Those frames are done. I'll do the Stormtroopers tomorrow or something. I'm gonna be doing a lot of these streams until I get this project done, so probably see you guys tomorrow. And maybe Sunday. For sure Monday. Not Tuesday, probably Wednesday. But yeah, if you enjoyed the stream, if you want to support it all, maybe consider joining the Patreon. I'm sorry, I hate doing this, but I need support right now, because, yeah. Life has been not kind. I need to afford food. So, yeah. I'll be posting some cool stuff up there pretty soon. What else? Yeah. Yeah, I've been really focused on this, so I've been getting to work on other stuff, but I'm hoping to have, like, at least the end of Snowden finished writing and up for patrons soon-ish. And yeah, and then we'll see. It'll be interesting. Next, there's some fun projects coming up. I may or may not have written about 8 paragraphs last night about how Fallout 4 incoherently handles gender and sexuality. So, Jesse and I are working on a project about Bethesda and how you write worlds. And it is not kind to Bethesda. I think one of my favorite things in that script is there's going to be a reoccurring, like, you know, unlike a good game, for example, I don't know, Fallout New Vegas. There's gonna be like 30 of those. You know, actually, I do want to read that, because it is an unfinished bit of script, and I don't even know if it'll end up in the final video at all. But it was fun to write it, and I kind of want to perform it for somebody. So I will sign off with my Bethesda sucks notes. And we'll go to the big camera so you can see my face. Okay. Fallout 4 doesn't understand sexuality or gender. Or, to be very blunt, it absolutely breaks the instant you apply any marginalized perspective to the work. But we're going to start with the above. Every companion in the game is romanceable regardless of the player's gender. A major reason for this is not to show that bisexuality is more common in the world. No, it is merely to service the player. Like with so many elements of the companion writing, there can be no real friction between you and them. This results in a strange reality where none of these characters have a sexual identity, none of their interactions with the world are informed by their sexuality, and none of them have an opinion in any meaningful way on any action the player takes, even being willing to date someone who actively puts into power a faction they despise with their whole being. The ability to romance anyone and not have the dialogue change based on your identity is extra strange when you consider that this society, what the society was and where your character comes from. Fallout 4 decides that your player has a cis-heteronormative marriage where you had a baby with your spouse. You cannot change this. The entire game's primary quest hook is built off of seeking revenge for your dead spouse and finding your son. While this opening works a-okay if your protagonist is bi, not so much if you're, like myself, not bi and want to play your character as a lesbian, for example. You can choose to read this as your character, like many queer people in the time period this game pulls its aesthetics from, being in a marriage out of a mix of social obligation, shame, being in denial, and or survival, or just being in the closet, but none of the character's dialogue choices can even reflect that. You have to read it onto them. If the character is bi, frankly, none of the dialogue really supports that either beyond being able to romance companions. The text also heavily implies that a player character can only be cis. Not that you, or I can't, read our character as in a T for T relationship, or as having adopted their kid or had them in a previous relationship, but the game's text doesn't support this. Queerness is an afterthought, because Fallout 4 expects you to be allo-cishet. Which in a game ostensibly about identity and body and what it means to be human, built on an ethos of player freedom, it's a strange choice. I mean, note how many of those themes are extremely prevalent in queer art and experience. That strange feeling of not being included, while being included kind of, doesn't stop at queer identity when you look at the default in character creation. at the 1950s suburban home you come from, at the nostalgia it pulls on in certain ways, at how the marketing basically exclusively shows a white male protagonist and there are only white voice actors for the player characters. Huh, to be very frank, this game expects you to be a straight white cis person by default. The game makes you an able-bodied person by default. Yes, there are options to change many aspects of that, though not the cis or abled part, but it says something about the designers and their writing focuses that this is how they choose to present the game in advertising, how they choose to greet you in character creation, how they force you to start the game in a certain way, and how they write romance. Because the companion romances are straight romances, which you can choose to play as queer, but not in any meaningful way. These characters are not written to be queer, but rather can be romanced by anyone because that option was good for marketing. It's not a writing choice. It's gay as in give us your money, not queer as in representing a marginalized group. The 1950s were, and this really should not need saying, a pretty horrible time for anyone that was not the presumed identity of the Fallout 4 protagonist. In Season 7, Episode 15, Bada Bing Bada Bang of Deep Space Nine, Sisko and Cassidy discuss the ethics of simulations of the 1950s and how erasing the bigotry, in that case racism, of a time period in fictional representations, it can erase the reality of that history. And Cassidy argues, in the context of that episode, that it's not a representation of history, but a representation of what it should have been. The problem for Fallout 4 is that it exists in a world where Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas exist, all of which were very interested, sometimes for the worse, in the politics of gender and sex. But at least they were interested. I find myself agreeing pretty heavily with Sisko here, especially when Fallout is a franchise founded on satirization and examination of the problems of that time period and the echoes that can be found in the period the game was made in. Cassidy's argument does not work in the context of a work like Fallout. Now, one could argue that The Wasteland has fundamentally changed people's relationships to sexuality and social views on it. I think works that do that are great. Just look at Episode 3 of The Last of Us TV show. Or Fallout New Vegas. But your character didn't grow up in the vaults or the wastelands. Your character was directly ripped from basically 1950s suburbia. If you play them as queer, don't you think that would, I don't know, inform aspects of how they talk to other characters about it? How difficult it would make coming out, especially to someone you are considering dating. That a queer character who is ostensibly from before the bombs, in a time period which has not culturally moved on from the 1950s of America, that they have no opinion to express about queerness. That it's not at all affected by the time period they are from in a game about identity is bafflingly incompetent and one of the most blatant missed opportunities in games writing I have ever seen. And this touches on how broken Fallout 4 is narratively from the outset. It undercuts so much of the entire franchise's messaging by showing pre-war America as fascist white supremacists' utopian ideal, a perfect suburbia. It's disturbing, but it clearly thinks it's beautiful. And it's emblematic of the clearly privileged and frankly conservative, or at minimum, centrist perspective of the majority of this game's writing. I woke up and chose violence. I woke up and chose violence today. Also, I think my mic's been peaking. I really apologize for that. So that's what I wrote last night because it wouldn't let me sleep. I couldn't fall asleep, and I had to write that. But yeah, I am in the next couple of projects, I'm going to really be upping my, like, hey, I'm kind of an expert at design of systems and things, and I'm going to apply that to my media analysis of game design and ludonarrative. I'm so excited to get back to game design analysis because I have so much to say. And like that was just one note, one little tiny note of what I wanted to say about Bethesda that doesn't touch on Skyrim, that doesn't touch on Fallout, that doesn't touch on Fallout 3, that doesn't touch on, you know, everything that Jesse wants to say about Starfield. I can't afford Starfield, so Jesse's playing through that, and Jesse's going to mostly write the Starfield section. I'm going to mostly write Fallout 4 and Skyrim. I think Jesse's mostly writing Fallout 3, just so we can, like, split up the workload, because I'm playing through Skyrim 3 times. Once as a mass-murdering Dark Brotherhood Thieves Guild member who ignores the Civil War. Once as an awful Nord that supports the Stormcloaks, and one says an awful high elf that supports the Empire. And I'm basically going to make the point that the most coherent political position in Skyrim is to be a centrist, which is bad. Would you like to be part of the supremacist elf faction or the supremacist Nord faction? Make your choice. Either way, they're racist. Why is Skyrim so badly written? Why? But yeah, so I have a lot to say about how badly written these things are, and I'm going to be reaching out to a lot of folks soonish about things, because obviously I'm white, so I can't speak to certain experiences and marginalizations and things. But just Bethesda it's so weird. Skyrim centrism is an unexpected but fantastic topic. Well, I'm thankful that I could help you, Skylar. You know what? Before I kick off the stream, before I end the stream, I wanna play a little bit of one game I recently found. It's really fun. Okay, and I gotta switch monitors. God damn! Look at how much drawing I did. Like, chat, I got through multiple scenes worth of drawing today. That's pretty fucking dope. I am looking forward to doing more drawing streams, because I find it, like, it lets me get out of my head a little bit, and get out of my own way, and just focus a little bit more on what I'm actually doing. Rather than like thinking about it too much, I'm just like, I'm kind of going because I have to talk, and yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I have a lot of good writing coming up, which is why I was like, please give enough that I get to talk about the Undertale stuff, because the Undertale stuff's really fun. Which, hey, while I'm doing this run of Ocho, I can donate enough that I'll read the Undertale stuff. Just saying, that's still a possibility. And if you think the Fallout stuff that was a random thought I had while going to bed last night was good, wait until you hear the really well thought out extensive thing. Okay. This is a really dope roguelike. Well, the point I want to make is that Bethesda is bad at queer representation in any sort of meaningful way, that it is purely a way to sell certain things to certain people. I forgot I was in the middle of a run. What was I doing? What liquor is doing? Focus activates my master rabbit. Okay. I'm going to be distracted by some adrenaline so much. But yeah, like just... This game's just pure adrenaline and I love it. It's basically like, what if Hotline Miami was a roguelike, but it was also better than Hotline Miami? Like, I love Hotline Miami for what it does ludonarratively, but its game design does leave a lot to be desired. Ocho does not. Fine. I fucked that up. Goddamn, can I aim, please? Also, the reason I'm like going so frenetically and not waiting and like for my focus meter and stuff is that the faster you kill, the faster, like the higher your percentage, your points go. The higher your points go, the higher amount of money you make, which obviously really benefits you in a roguelike because you want to be able to get more drinks. The drinks give you superpowers, etc., etc. I think this is still the best weapon for this fight. This weapon was not the best weapon for this fight. I should have wanted the SMGs. Hotline Miami John Wick edition? Yes. Yeah, it does really feel like they watched John Wick and played Hotline Miami and said, what if this was game? I might actually lose this. I don't think I've lost this boss in like weeks. Or like since I bought the game. I think I lost to it one time. I do always play games worse when I'm on stream though, so. Yeah, usually I don't even take half damage in that fight. John Wick's fighting snakes on a thing. Yeah, give it. So I haven't won a run yet, and the thing is that I'm not like demoralized by that. Clean. That was good. That's how I should be playing. This game's fun. It's a roll, but yeah, I consider it a triple flip. Oh fuck, I'm taking damage from snipers, that's not good. That one did not go so well. Sometimes you just kick them in the head. Sorry, there's a bit in Black Friday where the one character's like, "Don't come any closer, I'm gonna kick you in the head," and the other character's just making fun of him for that, and I don't know why, but that's always been funny to me. Oh, this is a fun upgrade. This is a really funny upgrade. I think it's very fair to like not click with New Vegas. I don't think it's for everybody. I bounced off it the first time I played it, but like, it just is really well written. And when you compare it to the rest of Bethesda's handling of Fallout, which again, this wasn't Bethesda's team that was writing it, but like, they were at least smart enough to hire someone that's good at writing to do it, so. They said Black Isle will do our jobs for us, really bad. I get it. I like kicking people in this game. It's really funny to me. This game's also exceptionally weird. All of its story is done through this. Give me a gun. Okay. What the fuck is this spawn? It's supposed to be an RPG. What am I playing? The fucking victim? Ow. Oh, this is not really going well. Yeah, I'm gonna get killed. This room. Yeah, that's it. Alright, one run, as promised. I'm gonna get off. Thanks so much for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed whatever the hell this stream was. Bethesda updating and cleaning up New Vegas? Yeah, right. Oh, people are funny. That's like a joke. Bethesda doesn't want people to play Fallout New Vegas very much, because Fallout New Vegas shows how bad Bethesda is. And it's kind of funny to me that a team that was forced to crunch by Bethesda was given very little support, etc., 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 like that game still came out just so much better in such like way less time, right? Like, and there's more lines of dialogue. There's like 60,000 lines of voiced dialogue in Fallout New Vegas, and I think only 40,000 in 3. Anyway, thank you all for being here.